Raised and disowned, another one of the clowns.
But you would finally live a little, finally laugh a little, just let me give you the freedom. Right here, right now, I put the offer out. I don't want to cheat you down.
Good evening, Dominica. This voice probably sounding a little fresh to you guys. Didn't hear me last week, but we're back right here on the big station Q95. It is The Other Side with your everyday girl, Tanya Dickson, and businessman Kenny Green, and the other businessman in the African shirt today. Yes, Sam Raphael, I missed you.
Thank you, Tanya. You're being nice to me. Maybe you should stay like 1 week off the program and then come back on. That way you'll miss me. Good evening to the listening audience. We have a very special segment of our program today.
God, it's too special. But before we even dive in, let us read that quote, people, from Bertrand Russell. I feel that one really needed tonight. So listen up. I should like to say two things, one intellectual and one moral. The intellectual thing I should want to say to them is this. When you are studying any matter or considering any philosophy, ask yourself only what are the facts and what is the truth that the facts bear out. Never let yourself be diverted either by what you would wish to believe or by what you think could have been beneficent social effects if it were believed. Look only and surely at what are the facts. That is the intellectual thing that I should wish to say. The moral thing I should wish to say to them is very simple. I should say love is wise, hatred is foolish. In this world, which is getting more and more closely interconnected, we have to learn to tolerate each other. We have to learn to put up with the fact that some people say things we don't like. We can only live together in that way. And if we are to live together and not die together, we must learn the kind of charity and kind of tolerance which is absolutely vital to the continuation of human life on this planet. Yes.
Thank you, Tanya.
Yes, Bertrand Russell just encapsulates the whole thing perfectly, people. Tonight on the other side, we have, I wouldn't say it's a new topic. We're kind of going back, but we're bringing a new guest to this topic. We're going to talk CBI tonight, guys. We're going back there. Yes, the CBI. You ask for it. Every show you're calling and talking about it, even though we're talking about something different, it's still CBI. So we're going back to it just for you. Today we're going to talk about CBI and the role of the developer. And we have a guest that I think we all know you've been waiting for. Yes? You wanted the intro? You're looking like you wanted the intro, Sam.
I'll let Kenny give Kenny the
Kenny,
honor.
give us your sexy voice now. Yeah. Let's hear intro. Who's our guest this evening?
We have a guest?
Oh, we don't? So you setting me up, man. Okay.
Yeah. Well, tonight, we're going to have the Prime Minister of Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit, and he's going to join us on video link. And he'll be talking about the CBI program and the role of developers, and in general, talking about some of the perceptions that's out there. And not leaving us on an island for this week, which is great because you have El Supremo on, and he can.
What did you say?
El Supremo. That's the terminology.
Really?
Yes, El Supremo.
I like PM.
You like PM?
Yeah, stick to that.
All right.
That's
well, whichever way.
PM.
But the good thing is that he'll be able to talk directly to some of the issues.
Yes.
And we'll ask some questions, obviously, in here, and then the viewers or the listeners can pipe in.
Ding, 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 ding. That's it. Did you hear it?
Yes.
You get to call and you get to ask your questions.
Yes.
And I'm going to say it now at the beginning of the show. Keep it clean. Keep it respectful. Keep it civil. You know that word that we spoke about a couple shows back? Civility. Yeah, so we want to definitely entertain all of your questions. Keep it short. You're going to keep it clean and respectful. Otherwise, you're going to get the click. Okay? All right. So I think the PM is already online with us. Is he there yet? No? Not.
Yes, he
Look,
is.
I'm seeing him big smile and saying, come on now.
Sorry, I was having some difficulties joining from my laptop. You know, so but I am on with you via my phone for the time being. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, but your phone is a good phone, man. You're looking good there. Perfect. So PM, let's welcome. I mean PM, public Q95. Let's welcome the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Roosevelt. Can I say doctor? Is it doctor?
He's the one who decides what protocol you use.
Is it doctor? Because I swear we've
Skerrit,
used that
you
before.
know, I like to be referred to as Roosevelt Skerrit from Vickers.
Oh,
That is fine with me. The
yeah,
member of
man,
parliament
humble,
from
humble
Vickers.
man. All right, so we have Roosevelt Skerrit from Vickers
Yeah.
on the other side with us. Yes. So welcome, PM.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Sam and Kenny, thank you.
Great
And of
evening.
course to all your listeners on, tonight.
Absolutely.
Great. We already introed, and I will let everybody know that we'll be speaking about CBI and in particular the role of the developer.
Yes, that's basically the topic. The PM also can divert into any area he sees fit, but I think we're going to give him a chance to set the platform. And PM, the format is usually we have a kind of a session where we talk amongst ourselves and let the listeners listen to us. And we also ask questions to you, and then we open up to the listeners. And Tanya has given them guidance that they have to keep it short, keep it respectful, and we'll have a great show.
Yeah, man. So who's going to kick off that first question?
Yeah, greetings, PM. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you.
You have a big smile, man. That's good.
Well, I always try to smile, you know. It's a smiling is better than being, you know, having your face, you know, a bit on the wax side.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, we want to welcome you to the other side, of course, Q95. We're grateful that the management of Q95, you know, they have opened their doors to divergent viewpoints. And I think that's a good thing. And as long as we keep talking to each other, as opposed to talking about each other, I think we can solve some issues and clarify some things. So welcome to the program. I'm a developer myself. So I guess you will be talking maybe a language that I understand, but you wish to lay a platform, or do you want us to?
Well, Sam, as you know, I mean, we started off in this country with the Citizen by Investment Program in 1993 under the Virginia Child's administration, and this has always been a hot political issue in the country, and of course, David Virginia Child's blessed memory. You know, government changed and the UWP came in and they continued the program. It was defined as a re-engineered program, but they continued it. It was a source of revenue for both the Freedom Party and the UWP governments. We came in, we also made certain changes to the program in the initial years. And we were generating some revenues from it, not as significant in the days as St. Kitts and Nevis. And then we made certain changes to the program, but always maintaining very strongly the due diligence processes, you know. And we made some changes, and part of those changes included the introduction of the real estate part of the CBI program. We believe that the CBI has worked for us very well. And just to say to you, Sam and Kenny and the dear lady who's there,
Tanya,
when we came into government, and certainly when I became Prime Minister, and when we decided to review the Citizenship Investment Program and to make it more robust, you know, we never really used the funds for recurrent expenditure. I decided that, look, this is a program that may not always be with us. There are countries which had oil and oil never stayed with them all their lifetime. The countries with minerals never stayed with them all their lifetime. When you use it, you know, eventually it will go away. And so we will only we're using the resources only for the public sector investment program. That is to say, the fund part of the CBI, because there's a fund part and also there's a real estate part. And we're only using the funds for the public sector investment program, meaning capital projects, and the payment of some of our national debt. So we're using these funds exclusively for these two purposes. We only started using the CBI funds. We only started using the CBI funds for recurrent expenditure after Hurricane Maria. And just to say to you, the host of the program, and of course the listeners, we were saving. We were saving. And it is because of the savings we were able to respond to the disaster created by Hurricane Maria so swiftly and so dramatically, because we had access to funds. And the original intention with saving these funds as Minister of Finance was, I had in my mind to reduce our national debt dramatically and bring it down to 20% of GDP. So the strategy I had in my mind was to save these CBI funds as much as possible to pay down a significant portion of our national debt. And first to pay off everybody who we had taken loans from the government, Social Security, the National Bank, and private citizens who were holding treasury bills and bonds of the Crown of Dominica, and then to pay our external debt for this. And I felt by that we would have had a serious flow of money circulating within the economy. The government debt to GDP would have reduced dramatically, and we would certainly be an example to many. But the hurricane came, and at the time of the hurricane, we had about $380 million saved from proceeds of the CBI. And these were the funds we used to fix homes, to clear the country, to reinstate water, to reinstate electricity. We use it to help private sector employers to pay their employees, to keep people at work, and the list goes on and on. And of course, now we have the real estate arm. We have signed projects, and the number of projects which we have received, if we were to approve every one, we would have been in the 50s. But we have taken a very deliberate and conscious decision that we're not going with quantity, we're going with quality. And so we have been very careful with the selection and the approvals of the various real estate projects to be financed by the CBI funds. And just to give a little chapeau, a little segue into this, part of the changes to the program, to the real estate, you can also finance an investment in agriculture, similar to how you're doing an investment in the hotels. So the regulations make provisions for that. And also manufacturing. So if you have a local Dominican or a group of Dominicans who want to go into manufacturing or to establish a major commercial farm, you can in fact make an application and seek government's approval for this project to be financed by way of the CBI. So we've been very careful with the selection of the projects, or the hotel projects. And if you look at it, we have been even strategic with the locations of those hotels. So we have one in Soufriere, and I recognized that Soufriere being a fishing community and relying largely on fishing, we need to help diversify the economy of Soufriere, as Scott said, Point Michel, and to get these people to be able to sell more of their fish, etc. And we have one in now with Ocean Edge in Castle Comfort. We have also approved one in Roseau, Timbos. This one hasn't started. We have approved one in Salisbury. This is the Hilton, and also the one in the Roseau Valley. And of course, you have the Kempinski and the Marriott in Portsmouth, and then you will have this one in town on the old site of the Public Works Corporation. There's another project in Portsmouth jointly by a local person and a foreign individual in Cotton Hill area, but that project hasn't started as yet. So we've been very careful with the selection of these projects and ensuring that as far as possible we spread the projects across the country so that more communities can benefit from them. Now, one has to understand that in respect to the developments, the project really does not belong to the developer. People invest in it. So the developer is the one taking the risk of raising the funds and all of the capital needed to do the drawings and all of these things, etc., etc. And that's to say to you, the listeners, there's a view that, okay, well, we sign an agreement with Jungle Bay, with Mr. Sam Raphael, and the project, let's say, is $50 million. Then we give Sam a check of $50 million. No. And I think I could say so, and Sam can tell me if I shouldn't say so. But Sam had to take a loan at the National Bank of in excess of $5 million to start the project. I'm only reason saying so because in the agreement he needed to get the approval of the Minister of Finance before he borrowed those funds to put into the project. And so we authorized him to go out, get a loan, his personal loan, to start the project, because in this business it's very competitive. It isn't only Dominica that has projects. They're European countries, they're countries in the Pacific, the countries in the Caribbean. All of them are in the marketplace. And all of them have similar type projects, and all of them have certain advantages over Dominica. Not every one of them, not every advantage over Dominica, but certainly every country has its own, things that they can boast of. And so some had to take $5 million to start the project, because in this business people have to see you start.
But PM, if I can interrupt you, before I
Sure.
did that, I had to spend a lot of my money to buy the land and to get the plans drawn up. So there's a lot of my money that I had to come up with to put in first before I could go to the bank. So don't forget that part, since you told them that I got the money from the bank.
Yeah, including people like Alec Lawrence, including people like Tranquility, including even Range. Range took a loan of $20 million US to start the project before $1 came into the account, into the escrow to build these hotels and so forth. So this idea of people giving money, no. And one of the things sometimes we normally could talk about empowerment of our people or Dominican citizens, and the government must do more. But it is ironic that when the government does that, the government gets criticized for it in some way or shape or fashion. And I think when you look at the projects that we have in Dominica, the real estate project we have in Dominica, the vast majority of these people are local Dominicans, local people. And this has been, from my standpoint, an ideological and philosophical pursuit, that we have to ensure that we empower local Dominicans, and we have done so deliberately. And you'll recall, the listeners will recall, and I don't look at politics with this thing. Anybody who has a project and is viable, we will do so. And I have met many people across Dominica. I've called in people to encourage them to put projects together. You're a lawyer, you're an accountant, you're a financial manager, you have background in tourism, you have your background in the hotel industry. Come together as a group, do a project. We needed a nice hotel in Roosevelt, nice restaurant, in Roosevelt, 5-star restaurant or something. Do something like this. So we have to understand that the government gets money a check of $50 million and say, look, go and build it. No. The person has to go out there. Some goes to Nigeria, some goes to China, some goes to Vietnam, he goes to the Middle East, he goes to Europe, he goes to Caribbean countries, he goes to the United States. And you have to be out there, and you need to have staff out there, agents out there, promoting the program on your behalf. So it is not an easy walk in the park. You go into a marketplace where there are many vendors, and you have to compete with them, for a particular slice of the market. So you have this. Then we came with the other aspect of projects like the homes, the houses we're building, the hospital, the Marriott in the health centers, and of course the international airport. And just to say to you that, and we believe that this is a great way of leveraging what we have to get what we want. You know, if we did not have the opportunity to get the proceeds from the CBI to do these projects, it means therefore that we would have to raise it by way of taxation or raise it by way of loans. So we have built the Marigot Hospital. There is no tax or loan obligations on our part. We have built 14 or so health centers. We just started one just started the foundations for one in the Cottage constituency. We don't have to go to the banks and get a loan. We built 380 homes in Bellevue-Chopin, including the infrastructure, a new water tank, a new water system, the electrical and telephone lines are underground. You know, a major plaza with so many local people who are there now, employed, and it's a massive place with playing fields, etc., etc. But if you were to do the maths on this and calculate how much it will cost the taxpayers of Dominica, I mean, this is a significant loan that you will have to contract. And you were doing this at a time when we had to relocate the people of Petite Savannah. And just to say to you that the risk involved in these projects, the housing and the hospitals and the airport, does not reside in the Treasury of Dominica. The risk resides with the developer. You see what I'm saying? Because he's the one who is signing the contracts and giving the guarantee to pay. So there's no sovereign guarantee in any of these agreements. And we believe that this is an ingenious way to go about it, and we've seen the results. I mean, we've seen the homes across Dominica, we've seen the quality of the health centers, we see the quality of the hospital in Marigot, and we're hoping to be able to build this international airport that will not force us or cause us to go to the banks, because the reality is, my friends, the World Bank won't give you money for an international airport. They may give you some money for the equipment, maybe long after you build it, but you have to build it before you get the equipment. And the CDB will not give you any money for an international airport. And where do you get the funds from? From National Bank of Dominica? You know, do you have a special tax for the construction of the airport? And so we believe, and so the risk, the financial risk of this airport, of the construction airport, resides with the developer and not the government of Dominica. And I think this government, you can say what you want and you can have your concerns and criticism. I think we have to be applauded for this wonderful pathway of creating a dynamic Dominica, creating opportunities for people, utilizing the CBI funds. And just to go back to Bellevue-Chopin, for example, when we signed the agreement for the Bellevue-Chopin housing development, the developer went ahead and signed the contracts one before having the first dollar into the escrow. And even after money started coming into the escrow, the first payment was made to him out of the escrow over a year later, which meant that he underwrote the payments for a whole year. And he couldn't go to the people and say, well, look, I haven't got the money that I will pay you. Everybody was paid. So one can appreciate those things and the positive impacts. And I recognize, and the reason why we have not utilized the monies for recurrent expenditure, except after the hurricane and now with the pandemic, with a drop in the revenues and increase in expenditure, is because I have always accepted that nothing lasts forever. And that when you have something, you must use it wisely and you must use it prudently. And so we do not want to get into a situation where we rely on the CBI to pay salaries. or rely on the CBI to pay exclusively, to use exclusively to pay our debt and to meet our goods and services. No, we maintain those things through our recurrent revenues. And so this is why we're putting down those infrastructure. We're putting down these hotels. These hotels will stay in Dominica. They're creating jobs for Dominicans. They're buying produce from farmers and fishermen and other services that Dominicans offer. And they're bringing in people to Dominica. And this is a way of creating sustainable jobs for our country. And we're using it to help small businesses develop by providing them with grants and concessionary loans. We put in infrastructure, like the West Bridge was built with funds from the CBI, for example. And you saw that the West Bridge withstood the ravages of Hurricane Maria. You know, I mean, not even the paint was washed away from it, because after Erica, we indicated that we're going to build back better, and we said back then that whatever we build post Erica will withstand a disaster similar to Erica or more virulent. And we saw, unfortunately, we saw Maria 2 years later. And so we recognize that the CBI won't be for us forever. And so you have to use it wisely and put in infrastructure. And you know, when we're able to get the international airport, you know, this in itself would be a lasting legacy of the use of the CBI funds. And the reality is, we've had the CBI project from 1993. I'm not there to criticize anybody, but when you look at any of the periods where we've had different governments, you can see the CBI funds manifesting itself in every sphere of society, in every facet of our economy. And this is what we have to talk about, and this is what we have to look at. And of course, so we recognize that CBI won't always be first, but whenever it leaves us, God forbid, we will say, well, it served us well, and we are reaping the fruits of the seeds that we sowed utilizing the funds of the CBI. And that's what does the thinking of the government.
Yes. Okay, thank you, PM. We're going to go to a short break, but before we do that, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to give you some time to prepare your answer. People often criticize that a lot of hotels are being built under the CBI. I think it's unfair because as a hotelier, I know my supply chain, meaning the people that supply the hotel. And I know many farmers that earn a livelihood, and fisher folks and craft people and artists and so on. But it's a criticism that I've heard.
Sure.
And
So
you said there's
it.
provisions in the program for agricultural enterprises and manufacturing, if I could recall specifically. Why haven't we seen any of those? And we're going to take a break, and when we come back, you can lead off on that, and we can go and we'll engage in a dialogue. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
You run with me, and I can cut you free out of the treachery of walls you keep in. So trade that typical for something colorful. And if it's crazy, live a little crazy. You can play it sensible, a king of conventional, or you can risk it all and see. Don't you wanna get away from the same? Oh, part you gotta play, cause I got what you need, so come with me and take the ride. It'll take you to the other side, cause you can do like you do, or you can do like me. Stay in the cage, or you finally take the key. Oh, damn, suddenly you're free to fly. It'll take you to the other side. Okay, my friend, you wanna cut me in? Well, I hate to tell you, but it just won't happen. So thanks, but no, I think I'm good to go, cause I quite enjoy the life you say I'm trapped in. Now I admire you, and that'll show you do. You're onto something, really it's something. I live among the swells, and we don't pick up peanut shells. I'll have to leave that up to you. Don't you know that I'm okay with this up-down part I get to play? Cause I got what I need, and I don't want to take the ride. I'm gonna need to see the other side.
And we're back live on the other side here on Q95. Joined with us, Mr. Roosevelt Skerrit of VCAS. Yeah, we're talking about CBI and the role of the developer. Sam, you asked Mr. Skerrit a question, and it was really about why are we not seeing any investments in terms of the agriculture and manufacturing.
Okay.
Well, we have certainly spoken to people and urged them to submit projects. And so we're open to this. I mean, those who have come have a greater inclination towards the hotel industry, and therefore they go into those particular areas. But we're open to this, and anybody listen to me who has a project that he believes that he would like to finance and he would like to explore utilizing the CBI program, please come to see me. Please send it forward.
So I just want to be clear. With all the talk that, so I'm sorry, I just want to be clear with all the talk that we've gotten about it just being tourism, you have not gotten the applications from the other sectors. Is that, I just want to be clear.
There's only one project. There's a project now that we're reviewing that has to do with the bottling of water for export. So it is now before the various committees. There are two committees. There's a technical committee and there's a ministerial committee. So it is back and forth between the technical and the ministerial committee. So there's one developer, is a local person joining for foreign national to do a water bottling plant. So I stand corrected on this on the issue of the manufacturing. So that's the only project as far as manufacturing or production in that case we've received. But certainly we have not received any proposals for agriculture yet.
PM, this is not unique, by the way. I mean, in the Eastern Caribbean, there's been only one agriculture project, the ill-fated
sea farm,
the tilapia fish farm in Grenada, and that not one stone was turned on that project. So out of all of the projects in the Eastern Caribbean, which is over 200 projects, there's not all of them are tourism projects. But I have a follow-up question. You spoke to this a little earlier, and it seems that you have a handle that the CBI, there is a lifespan to this CBI platform. What is your intended legacy from CBI? So if you had to project going forward to the point where CBI was no more, what would be your intended legacy from the resources that have been raised from CBI?
Well, you have, I mean, certainly you have seen a dramatic improvement in the quality of the health infrastructure in Dominica, especially primary health care. With the construction of about 12 health centers, we have just started the foundational works for the health center in Cottage. We are in a design phase for Roosevelt and also for St. Joseph. And of course, all of us have seen the magnificent and mammoth Marigot Hospital. And this will be able to provide a number of services to the residents in the Marigot Health District, spanning from Calabishi on the extreme end to at Kingston on the other end. So you see this. We also, in terms of the housing stock in Dominica, I mean, we can't deny the fact that with the utilization of the CBI funds, we are certainly transforming the housing stock in Dominica. I mean, by far, we have some of the most modern housing structures in the Caribbean, and quality homes. And now we've signed contracts in Scottshead. We have signed contracts in Eggleston. We're going to Woodfordale. We've signed contracts for Canefield. We're going to Paybush. We're going to Point Michel. We're going to St. Joe and to Bells. And the list goes on. We're going into Penville, etc., and to Calabishi, and the list goes on. Additional housing interventions we're making. So clearly, you'll see a dramatic improvement in the quality of homes in Dominica. And the fact is, more Dominicans having access to homes, and to resilient homes, and to comfortable homes, and to homes that you would really build for as any development anywhere in the world, as any resort, in terms of the quality of the homes people have. And also you look at in respect to the international airport. I mean, Sam is there, and Sam is a hotelier. Just with this direct flight, this one direct flight we're having from Miami, we already feeling the difference. We're already feeling the difference, and I am satisfied that once Dominica builds its international airport, we will have direct flights coming from many cities across the world, and I think we are at a position now in our country that really on an upward trajectory, and this is why the hotel rooms are important. I've heard criticisms that we are on hotel steroids. That's how some people put it. But you cannot go to Europe and North America and the Caribbean, and even when you want to go to Asia and promote Dominica and say, come to Dominica, let's go, come. And then when people come, they have nowhere to stay. It doesn't make sense. And just for public information, when the United Workers' Party decided that it was going to build the airport, it had indicated, it had projected constructing, having in Dominica, not it's self-constructed, but having in Dominica between 2,000 and 3,000 hotel rooms as a justification for building the international airport. We have rooms, and I believe we still need more rooms, because and of course, if you look at the different properties, they're all offering something different. What Sam is offering at Jungle Bay is completely different from what Kempinski is offering. And what Alec is going to offer is completely different from what Marriott is offering. Is different from what our friend Mr. Nassif at Secret Bay is offering. So everybody's offering something different, but complementing each other, and certainly placing us in a position where we can when we go and promote Dominica, we know that we have rooms for people to come to sleep, and that's very important. And so we open to other projects, but to answer your question, there'll be the airport itself is going to be a transformational project in Dominica, and something that for the last 60 years we've been trying to build.
PM, even after the completion of all the current hotels that have been approved, let's say at that point, we will still have less than half the hotel rooms that St. Lucia has currently. So
That's
indeed, our numbers may seem like a lot because we haven't had any to start out with. But if we are to build a sustainable destination where we can have a supply chain, where we can actually develop young people for the industry, and there's so many things that's needed, you need that critical mass. And until we can come up to that point, we won't have an economy in tourism where we can support the direct flights from Europe and so on and so forth. So we do need the room. So I will go on record as a developer in the industry and state categorically that is actually correct, that we need more rooms. And again, hotel rooms does not equate to only hotel jobs. Hotel rooms equate to there's more demand for employment on the supply chain than in the hotel itself, from local farmers and fisher folks to people that actually import and sell, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I see Tanya is trying to ask you a question.
No. I'm listening attentively.
Okay.
I am listening attentively, Sky. I like what I'm hearing.
PM, she's being polite tonight because you're here. She's not usually nice
I'm glad
to me
you know
like
that. I'm glad you know.
No, and of course we've put in monies at the aid bank to on-lend to manufacturers, to on-lend to hotel people, to on-lend for agriculture, and we'll continue doing those things, ensuring that the monies get far and away. And also says listeners, we'll criticize, for example, people saying that only foreigners benefited from this hotels and locals are not working. I mean, when you go to these hotels, if you go to Tranquility Beach, Hilton at Salisbury, ,95% of the workers there are local people. All of the concrete purchased from local suppliers of concrete, all of the aggregates, all of the cement purchased from local suppliers, all the steel purchased from local suppliers, all of the form supply purchased. And you have over 100 plus workers on site. Folks from Gallia and Soufriere and Scott said, build Jungle Bay.
Mm-hmm.
The stonework, done by them, and some supervisor was a guy from some Dailies, very good guy, very, 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 very competent guy, and the local architect, Dominican architect. You go to Marriott Hotel in Portsmouth. The local contractors there. This gentleman from Marriott, I believe Chuko, had a contract there to do a major building on this project. You look at the housing we're developing. When we started the housing and the apartments and so forth, we were working against time because we were in a desperate situation for housing after hurricane in many parts. So we had to work with speed. And then you would get contractors with capacity to be able to give you the speed that they need and who have the financial means. And gradually what we have been able to do and what we're doing is to use local contractors. So you go to Soufriere, Scott said, only local contractors. If you're going to Wesley during the construction of the homes there, some 30 plus homes, only local contractors. You go to Eggleston, all local contractors. We're gonna build between Grand Bay and Center for the Jubik people. We're gonna be building about 85 homes there, right? 85 homes in the Grand Bay constituency and for Jubik people, including a community center, including a church, and including all of the infrastructure that's required there. All of these are local contractors. The heavy equipment operators, all of the blocks we purchase locally, all of the steel, the doors, the windows. So one can understand that the significant outlay of monies into the hands and pockets of people, of Dominicans across Dominica. The new health center we're building in Cottage are being done by two local guys from De La Rose in Lagon and Portsmouth.
PM, we're going to probably, and I didn't get the consent of my co-host, we're going to start taking the calls a little earlier than normal because
no problem.
Because we only have about 45 more minutes. So callers, Tanya, you can give the call.
Yeah, the lines are already blowing up. Let's take that first call that's coming in. We missed that one. Take the other one coming in. You're live on the other side.
Good evening on the other side.
Good evening.
Miss? Is it Miss or Mrs. Green?
No, I know you're always confusing with Tanya Green. No, this is just Tanya Dickson.
I
Miss
know it's
Tanya.
not Tanya Green, but I asking, are you a Miss or a Mistress?
Oh, I'm a miss.
Okay, God bless you, my darling.
Thank you.
And my Dr. Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, thank God for you. He gave you to us at a time when we needed somebody to take care of this country. He gave you the leader of this country. You have been doing a fantastic job. And no weapon that form against you shall prosper. You are brilliant. You are loving. You're kind. You are everything that is in the Bible. So keep on holding on. Don't give up. You have to do the work for the Almighty. You're on a mission. And when the Lord ready, he say mission is accomplished, he will say, okay. Mr. Sam Raphael?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you, my son?
I'm good, thank you.
I didn't know he was a boxer, but I don't want a body blow, you know. I don't think I can take one from you.
Yeah, 1 more minute, caller. We're running out of time. We have to take some more calls.
Oh, yes, darling, I know that.
Thank you.
But I don't want him to give me a body blow. So I have to warn him early.
I'll be kind to you.
Okay.
Okay, thank
PM,
you. Oh, okay.
when you had given, it was my president, Mr. Charles Angelo Salve, and Mr. Austri. They had signed a river, not even one, 2 rivers. You remember that? 2 rivers was signed for them to bottle water. I won't call him late, you know.
Thank you, caller. We have to
2
move
rivers
on.
was signed for him to bottle water.
We have to move
Up
on.
to now, he has bottled 1. And he coming and they're talking on their radio, on their program. They have got nobody to bottle water with other water.
All right,
What
caller.
should we do?
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Oof, boy, I gave you all the warning earlier, you know. We keeping it short.
Yeah.
We keeping it sweet. And I mean sweet as in nice, respectful, you know. And let's just please ask your questions. You can make comments, but please keep it short. Let's take this call. Missed it.
Next
Live
one.
on the other side. Ooh.
They're coming and going quickly. We lost it.
Yeah, it seems so. Look, coming in
couple more.
again. You're live on the other side.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Is it too late to say Happy New Year? The year is still young, eh?
It's never too late.
Never too late.
Hmm.
Let me ask, I want to ask Mr. Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Good evening.
Now that you are on this program with Sam Raphael and Mr. What's his name again?
Kenny
Anyway.
Green.
Kenny Green.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. PM, are you going to be ready to come on other programs, other talk show programs on Q95 without being selected?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Well, you know, I mean, I have no problem in speaking to anybody on any matter relating to the governance of the country. But at the end of the day, if one has a question and one has a sincere question, you can ask to me anyway. You know, whether you see me out of church or you see me on this program or any other program. But I'm open to this, certainly. It is. I mean, I'm happy that Mr. Gregoire has allowed this program. You know, because oftentimes when I have press conferences, I don't see if I come in to ask questions. I'm hoping that from tomorrow Monday they'll start coming. But
Are you saying they don't come? Are you saying they don't come, Mr. Skerrit? They don't come?
But
and
I
ask
don't
you
see
the
them.
question?
I don't see them. You know, I don't see them. And I would love to. You know, this is our country. We don't have to agree. All we have to do is to be mutually respectful, and that's it. I mean, we on opposing. People may be on opposing sides, but it doesn't mean that we can have a conversation. It doesn't mean that we can engage in a discussion. You have your point of view. I have mine. It's a matter for us to discuss either these point of views and let us understand. Let's move forward. It's not about anything, but I am sure.
Okay.
No problem.
Let's take a next call coming in. Caller, you're live on the other side.
Never happened. I don't want him on their program.
Oh my. Woo. Okay. Let's take this one. Caller, you're live on the other side.
Hi, good evening to you, Tanya.
Hi, good
to your
evening.
guest in studio. Yeah, so Mr. Skerrit, I have a question for you.
Speak
Earlier
up,
on, you
please.
said that, yeah, can you hear me, Tanya?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question for Mr. Skerrit. Mr. Skerrit, a while ago, I heard you said that the houses that have been built in Dominica, they can be compared to top of the line houses all around the world. You listen to yourself, Mr. Skerrit, I say that? I mean, so many toilet backup you have in most of the houses. So you will come on the radio on the 22nd of February 2022 and tell that those is right, Mr. Skerrit. Number two, Mr. Skerrit, when are you going to participate in a debate with Leonard Clinton? You talk about you're willing to come to you willing, Mr. Skerrit. You got a
Wrap it
man.
up, caller.
Okay, let's just keep it clean. Keep it clean.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, thank you.
the caller is talking about the backup. I mean, you have those challenges in any home, in any hotel, in any resort. From time to time, you may have challenges. A pipe breaks. An electrical line gets damaged. People may put things in a toilet system that they shouldn't put, and it's blocked. So you have those challenges, and and those challenges are limited to a few areas, and those are being dealt with. And we are mindful of the system that has been used. The challenge is that the system that have been used on these apartments are sort of a particular technology. It's a good system, but it has to be maintained. And I think that we dropped the ball on maintaining those systems. But if they're properly maintained, then you won't have that challenge that they're having now. But that has been addressed, and we put in a maintenance program in place so that those things won't happen again. The issue of the debate with the leader of opposition, we in Parliament, we go to Parliament to debate, and to debate policies and legislation. And where is the best place in anywhere in the world to debate but the parliament of your country?
So we don't have any other calls right
Yes,
now. I'm
we
sure
always-
they'll light up, but I can back up what you're saying with respect to
Go ahead.
construction, because I've been in this for a while. And whenever you have a new building, even if it's a house, whatever, you're going to have a leak in the roof. You're going to have something. So you have a warranty period usually to get the bugs out of the system. So I am aware that there were some issues, and there have been, and there will be some issues in terms of some deficiencies with the construction, but they have to be remedied, and that is not unusual in construction.
Caller,
I
you're
mean,
live.
and this is why you have a warranty period. You have a liability period. Anything happens during a particular time, the contractor is liable to fix it. I mean, you have those things.
Let's take this call quickly. Caller, you're live.
Yes, good evening, and how are you tonight?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Prime Minister.
Yes, sir. Good
I have a
evening.
question I've been asking you a lot of questions without answer, but tonight I can ask you a question. I am Tony Caesar. I identify myself. Yeah, I want to ask you, Mr. Ken Vittel took a very, very serious stand to stand against wrongdoings in Dominica. I want to ask you personally tonight on the program, will your police harass him? Will
Harass him?
that your police do not harass him? Will they harass him?
Why should the police harass him?
Caller, are you there? Can you make yourself clearer, please? Hello? I think we lost that one. Yeah.
I mean, everybody has to respect the law, and no police anywhere in the world has any authority in law to unduly harass anybody. So I don't know, but I don't direct the police force. I don't manage the police force. I essentially, the police has the resources needed to secure the state of Dominica.
Mm-hmm. Let's take another call. Caller, okay, we missed that one. Caller, you're live.
Good night, good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Hi, good evening to you.
My question I'm asking tonight, it's a long time this question is on my mind. My name is Pamela Elizabeth. I'm asking about a rehab center for the people on the road. Because being a Christian, I am concerned so many young fellas on the world go in drugs and they're all around sleeping everywhere. As for my around goodwill there, it's just something else. My heart goes up. Okay. Will there be a rehab in the building? Will there be a rehab for all these people on the road? Okay. That's what I would like to do.
Okay, thank you, caller.
Thank you, caller.
Yeah, I also told the caller that this is a matter we discussed actually in cabinet, maybe in January, and we have directed the ministry is concerned to meet and to put plans together for the construction of this facility. I mean, it's an important facility, and we certainly need it. And so the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Development, are to meet among other stakeholders to discuss this particular challenge and to advise the cabinet on the facilities needed to provide rehabilitation for our citizens.
Okay, let's take another call. Caller, you're live on the other side.
Yes, good evening to the panel. This is the trucker here in the United States on the highways and the byways. I heard the Prime Minister thank Mr. Gregoire for giving them opportunity. I would like someone to thank the Prime Minister for giving them that opportunity also on DBS, which is the nation station. Because I think it's a nation station and everyone needs the opportunity to hear and know what's going on Ireland. So the same way he's thanking Mr. Gregoire, let someone thank him for giving them the opportunity on the nation station. Let's be balanced. Let's be fair to everyone. Thank you. I'm listening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Let's take this other one coming in quickly.
No, but allow the Prime Minister to answer. That's
sorry.
pretty.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think that when we engage DBS as a government, we pay DBS. We don't have any party political programs on DBS at all, and that has been the case for a very long time. So I am not sure precisely what the college is talking about, but certainly we have no party political programs on DBS radio at all.
Okay. Let's take it. Caller, you're live.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, after Maria, the galvanizing stock farm was crushed, and to this date, they are still left in stock farm. The old lumber from Pottersville Savannah, old wood, was placed on our football field in stock farm. That is causing a hazard in stock farm. The wave breakers from Public Works was placed on our basketball court in stock farm. When is the Labour Party going to clean our place for us to put back our basketball court and our football field? Can you address that, please?
Thank you, caller.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller.
Well, I wasn't aware of this. Certainly, I have taken note of it, and we'll look at. I mean, it's unfortunate that we would place this on the plane. I know during the hurricane, after the hurricane, we were trying to use all spaces possible to store things. You know, but by now we should have cleared this playing field. If that's the case, we shall clear this playing field, and I take note of it, and certainly once this program is over, then I will give directions for someone to go there tomorrow to look at it and to advise what needs to be done to get these things out and to clear the playing field for the folks in stock farm. So I thank the caller for this, but certainly it's unfortunate, and we apologize for this.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Quick break. We'll be right back. I don't know when I'll hear the CBI questions. Normally I have Mr. Roosevelt Skerrit, only don't have CBI questions. Look, I told you. Okay, we'll be right back after this.
Right here, right now, I put the offer out. I don't want to chase you down. I know you see it. You run with me, and I can cut you free out of the treachery and walls you keep in. So trade that typical for something colorful. And if it's crazy, live a little crazy. You can play it sensible, a king of conventional, or you can risk it all and see. Don't you wanna get away from the same? Oh, Apache gotta play, cause I got what you need, so come with me and take the ride. It'll take you to the other side, cause you can do like you do, or you can.
Okay, we're back here on the other side, live on Q95. We're taking calls. The PM is in the station. Let's take this one. You're live on the other side.
Hi, hello?
Hi, good evening. You're live.
Yeah, so I have another question for Mrs. Skerrit.
Yes, please make it brief.
Mrs. Skerrit, hello?
Hi, we're listening.
Yeah, Mrs. Skerrit, I'm not too sure if you're aware of a situation in St. Joseph where this young lady, Kendra Roberts, been acting as vice principal for over a decade. Now is the opportunity to make her permanently the vice principal of the St. Joseph Secondary School, or ITSS. She's been victimized, Mrs. Skerrit. Mrs. Skerrit, this cannot be right. I mean, she's been acting in that position, and she's been doing a tremendous job. She's even more qualified than your present Minister of Education. And for you to tell me the Minister of Education and the PA IRC is victimizing Ms. Roberts, Mrs. Skerrit, that cannot be right. I mean,
okay,
well,
thank you, Colonel.
Well, you know, I mean, if you want to ask a question, it's always, we have to avoid making accusations that we can't substantiate, you see. I heard about this particular person and others who may not have gotten through. As I understand it from the Ministry of Education and the Chief Personal Office, CPO's office, there was a process. Now, prior to us making those dramatic changes at the secondary school level in terms of the structure of the secondary schools, the position of deputy principal was a non-recognized position, it's a non-established position, it was an informal arrangement. Now, we created some 218 positions across secondary schools across Dominica. And there was a process, I understand. I've been told that people had to apply, and there was an interview process. People were interviewed, people were shortlisted, etc., etc. Now, once those interviews are conducted, the results come in. The recommendation is sent from the PS to the CPO, and the CPO sends it to the Public Service Commission. These are the things that come to the cabinet. So none of his positions or persons come to cabinet for approval. And I cannot speak to this particular circumstance relating to Ms. Roberts. Once I heard about it, I asked about it. I may need to follow up on the response. But I don't think one should jump and say it's victimization. Why should Miss Roberts be victimized? But I understand she's an exceptional teacher based on what parents and some students are saying. And if somebody says that there's injustice meted out to them, I usually try to find out these things, even if the decision is not mine to make, or I'm not the one who made that decision, but we're part of the system, and I think I'm prime minister for everybody in this country, including those who maybe not want to accept that, but I am your prime minister, and and I'll try to find out. But I will certainly, of course, I'm sure other people listening within public service, and I'll personally find out about this thing. But I can't get involved in those things. I try not to get involved in those things. I only get involved, really, contrary to what people think, in positions that where the Constitution says the prime minister must give his no objection before appointment is made, and so I don't have the details with regards to Kendra Roberts, but I think it's unfair to say that the minister or the permanent secretary is victimizing the young lady.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's take another call coming in there. You're live on the other side.
Hello, good night.
Hello, good evening.
I want to ask Mr. Prime Minister a question. Mr. Prime Minister, why did you send your policemen in the House of Assembly to fight against or to shoot the UWP ministers, including Mr. Our acting Prime Minister? Why did you, Mr. Linton, why did you send your policemen in the House of Assembly?
Okay, let's have the PM answer you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not aware that anybody was shot at the Parliament. So I don't think it is fair to say that anybody was shot. Nobody was shot. There were no bullets fired. There were no guns drawn. At the end of the day, we have to maintain the institutions and the respect of the institutions. I keep telling people, if one people tell me, your prime minister, you can do this, I said, no, I only have authority given to me by the Constitution and laws passed by the Parliament. And if the Constitution doesn't say I have that authority, or a law doesn't say I have the authority, I can assume that I have the authority. And so the country is run by laws and not by men and women. And the Parliament has rules, which is called the standing orders. And people have to follow those rules. When we're at home, we can behave how we want. But when you come into a Parliament of all places, which is the highest court in the land, we always say, if we're in a court, then we must behave in the court. When the judge tells you to sit, my brother, and if you refuse to sit, she can have the police, they take you and put you in the cells, for contempt.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to the courts and your phone rings, I understand that you pay $100 so to the judges on charity. And you can't say no because she'll take it forward. You've disturbed a court, and the Parliament is a place that has rules, and even if we don't agree or we agree with the speaker's decision or ruling is final, and there are processes by which we can appeal it. But so I don't think it's fair to say that ones will say. People have to run by rules. If we have no rules and regulations, how would we survive in this thing? And there are times many times the former speaker and even this current speaker rule against me on certain matters. I don't necessarily agree with them, but you won't see me fighting with them. And I respect the speaker. Even if I know the speaker well, I respect him as a speaker because he's the speaker. And even if I'm the leader of the house, the speaker presides over the house, and the speaker is in charge of the house, and we have to respect that. And there are ways and means that we can resolve our issues, but it can't always be a contentious way. So we have to be peacemakers. Yeah.
Let's take this one. You're live on the other side.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
I have a couple of questions I'd like to pose to the Honorable Prime Minister. One, a couple of years ago, the leader of the opposition disclosed and showed in Parliament that hundreds of millions of dollars are missing under the CBI program, Citizen by Investment program. The Prime Minister indicated that if he had put all the money from the CBI program into the budget would have been almost $1 billion more. He said that he would be reporting, saying how this money was used, and when he does so, he would embarrass the leader of the opposition and the opposition. And the Prime Minister would like to ask him, why has he not, hello?
Yes, we're here. We're listening.
Why has he not reported and informed the nation as to where these monies have gone and how it was spent?
Okay, thank you.
I have about 4 questions.
Oh, well, one at a time, right?
Yeah, that was the first one, yeah. The Prime Minister...
I'll allow you one more.
Sorry?
One more, I'll allow you. One more, because we have the calls for the people, coming in.
Oh, yeah, but we have to be quick. The Prime Minister indicated that seems to be suggesting they are selecting in the location where they are locating financing hotels under the CBI program. The hotel approved for the Lale Coco area, that is Ocean Edge. One is the promoter, a hotelier, has had any experience in hotel development. And two, is the Prime Minister aware there are hotels in that locality, Evergreen, Anchorage, Garaway, that have been closed for years now since after Hurricane Maria, that cannot reopen because the insurance company, which is a local company, has not been able to pay them. Why is the government and the Prime Minister not using CBI money to assist these hotels to reopen so that the hundreds of people that they employ will be re-employed? And finally, one other quick question. One other quick question, just ask, allow me. Can the Prime Minister explain to the nation why the projects that are being financed under the CBI program through so-called housing option and international airports, why are these projects not tendered so that other persons can tender and compete for those projects? Why are they handed to MMC, who subcontract them, portions of them, to locals and regional companies? Could you please answer this question? My name is Isaac Baptist.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Good night to you. I haven't seen you in a long time. I've been in the Parliament. The last question, I'll take the last question. We have not subcontracted to MMCE. MMCE as a developer has joined forces with the government to build certain pieces of infrastructure. Now, as I said earlier in my statements, my comments, there's an agreement, there's a budget, we will do this, that's what it's going to cost, that's your actual budget. Now, you have to go out and to promote the CBI and to generate revenues using the CBI program to build these facilities. But before, MMC doesn't wait until it has all of the money to sign a contract. The contract is signed immediately, and the developer underwrites or advances the funds for this, and then he recoups it from the CBI program. So the risk factor rests with the developer rather than the Treasury of Dominica and thereby the taxpayer of Dominica. Now, on the issue of local contractors, I mean, there's scores of Dominicans who have provided services to this. When we had the Bellevue Chopin project, for example, a local contractor did the water system. A local contractor did the roads. A local contractor did the plaza and the community center, and they were and all of the concrete and so forth were purchased locally. So, and of course, you look at several projects. There were the Bacatel Health Center was built by a local person. The Portsmouth Health and Wellness Center, now the Sister Douglas Health and Wellness Center, was built by a local contractor. The Margaret Hospital was built by a St. Lucian contractor with significant local employment. And all of the homes in Wesley and Joe Burton were built by local contractors. And all of the homes we're currently building are being built by local contractors. And the health center that we just started in Savonpai is being built by local contractors from Largo Portsmouth. And so there's several local Dominicans who contractors who were engaged in this project at various forms and various stages of this thing. Now the issue of Ocean Edge, I mean, you don't have to be a hotel there to get into the hotel business. I mean, with all fairness there, Mr. Isaac Baptist, you got into the hotel industry. You were not a hotel, yeah? You got into it.
But
you're not a hotel.
If I can interrupt you, the gentleman has been renting a hotel and has operated there and has been operating a restaurant in a rented hotel adjacent to the development. So I think it's
for several years.
It's a natural growth where you're renting and you're doing that. So you develop your own. So on that basis, I can speak to, because I know him as having some competence in that area.
Well, I would like to ask on that though, because it just popped into my head. In terms of persons who can participate in the CBI program, is there some type of, how do you say that now? I think it's called Integrity Office Act. I think it's that they call it. Can persons within public office participate?
Well, somebody
works within the ministry.
If somebody is working in the government system and you want to venture out into any private, then you will have to get the approval of the chief personal officer through your permanent secretary, and this was done in respect to the developer for Ocean Edge. So that was done. Okay. You have people who have buses. If you have a bus, for example, running the business, or you have in the business, you really have to get the approval of the chief personal officer to do that. So that was done.
What does it entail to get the approval, PM?
Was that sorry?
What do you have to do to get the approval?
Well, you have to present a business plan, a development plan, and details on how you go, what we're going about the hotel, how many rooms, how the marketing plan. You'll have to present this. You'll have to present some conceptual, some concepts of the hotel. You know,
it sounds like the same process that anybody would do to be a developer or whatever it is. But in particular, as a public servant.
Oh, you're asking about what you need to get to approval for?
To be.
I mean, is a letter you write indicating what you intend to do and seeking the approval of the competent authority.
Okay.
Yeah, it does not. If example anything you have to do outside the public service to gain revenue. So if you, for example, you on leave and you want to get a job at Q95 as a part-time, you'll have to get the approval of the CP for this.
What about the missing millions? He mentioned that. I'm sure
the missing millions. I mean, that's a red herring. This is nonsense. You know, all of the CBI funds, the projected revenue and the expenditure are all captured in the supplement, in the estimates. And we report how much we raised, and it details how those monies were spent. It's in the estimates.
These estimates.
So this idea of missing money, I mean, and when Mr. Isaac Baptist talks about housing and so forth, you can see the homes. The homes are there. The West Bridge is there. The 12 health centers and the Margaret Hospital are there. Are we saying that there are no homes in Bellevue Chopin? 380 of them, no homes there. So where are these people sleeping?
Yeah, PM, but I don't
No
think
homes.
that's what he was trying to say. You know, I think what they're trying to figure out is when you will address the public, the nation, about the millions that Mr. Linton claimed was missing.
But if Mr. Linton says that they're missing millions, then he must show where he's missing.
Right, and you're going
Right.
and your response was that you would show that it's not
No.
missing.
But
Am
I have
right?
said so. I have said so. You look at all the projects. If I tell you, my dear friend, that we're gonna build a Margaret Hospital utilizing CBI funds,
Mm-hmm.
and the Margaret Hospital is built, how can you deny the existence of the Margaret Hospital?
I don't think they're denying the existence.
No, but
I
if
think
you're
they're trying
saying
to figure out how much money it took to build.
yeah, but if you're saying the money is missing for let's say for the Margaret Hospital, but it's there.
I agree with what you're saying. There's a building in front of us.
That's
But I
right.
think people are concerned with how much everything costs. Seeing those figures, adding up those figures and making sense
Well,
of it.
the Margaret Hospital would have cost about, I believe, in excess of $48 million. But this talk about money's missing or something like this. This is just an attempt by the leader of the opposition to undermine the program, and that's what it is. They're speaking to an external audience.
I want to make a comment on this, PM. I've been listening.
Yeah.
We have an audit, the Auditor General's report. It now covers 2019, the same year that these accusations have been made. Has been any mention been made of the auditor's report for that year to specify that there are any irregularities not reported in the auditor's report? I think we lost him.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Hi. I'm there. Sorry.
Yes.
No, I didn't get the last part.
But the last part, what I was saying is that the auditors, the first year these allegations came up was in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
We had the deficiency that the auditor's report previously was literally about 4 years behind. Now the current auditor has caught up. We now have an auditor's report for 2019. Have there been any discrepancies noted in the auditor's report that have been taken to task by the opposition or anyone, any member of the general public that can authenticate those allegations?
Well, I haven't heard any.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard any.
I'd like to add something to that, because if you're going to say that, okay, Tanya, you agree, we have all of these buildings, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the assumption you made, and again, it's assumption. The figures are probably absolutely wrong, but the assumption is that $4.3 million was used to build this and whatever, but we don't have proper accounting for it. If you're going to make that assumption, at least go and estimate the value of all of those things and deduct it from the 4.3 million. So you see 4.3 million cannot be missing. I mean, to me, it just lacks logic. Because if you actually have things there that the Treasury didn't pay for, and these things were paid for by this money, you can't say the money is missing. You can say maybe some of it is missing because it only costs 2.3 or 3.5, but you cannot totally discount all the development that have occurred from these proceeds and say the whole thing is missing and it's in a bank somewhere, and you create this kind of narrative. So to me, I think there's
the discussion is a good one, because it talks to the deficiencies we have, not just in communicating, but in gathering data. Because that same data, and PM, you can correct me, have any international bodies question the data? The World Bank, the IMF, the CDB, the EU, have anyone questioned the data that is being produced by the government of Dominica?
Not at all. I mean, and all of its entities do their own, they provide them data, but they do their own checks. So nobody has questioned the data at all.
The U.S. Embassy, you can add even them to that. No.
Nobody has questioned the data. I mean, the truth be told, and I say so with the greatest of humility. I am not I'm not criticizing any other programs, and I'm not. That's not my style. But what we have been able to do with the CBI program in Dominica is really a model to follow. It is really a model to follow, and we might be one of the few countries that includes in our estimates that goes to the Parliament on budget day for the approval of the Parliament. That includes the CBI funds in that. It was never done before, before I became Prime Minister. It was never done. It was never included in the estimates. It was never included in the supplementary estimates. Never. Now, when you go to the budget, you will see a special designation, CBI, by line items in the budget estimates of expenditure and revenue.
But
I mean, how more transparent can you get?
Unfortunately,
and then you have the success stories of the hotels being built and hotels open and guests coming in and people in there, and you have people in homes. And when people talk about the quality of the homes and so forth, every one of these people who has been given a home under this program, the housing program of the government, is in a better condition than they were before. Far better condition. And we are giving these people an asset because all of these people will be getting a title. So immediately we take somebody with no asset and we give you a $300,000 asset.
PM, speak to the title. I'm sorry, speak, because you raised the issue of the title. That may take we may have to have the PM come back because PM, we'll have to ask you. But I sure when you raised the issue, because I know there's been a lot of talk about the title. So
the title's there. And what we're doing now, we're negotiating some better rates with the private sector lawyers. Because they can't charge the 2 and 3%. I mean, if you look at Bellevue Chopin, it's a massive thing. And if you look at all of these apartments and the strata titles and so on, there's a lot of cash outlay. So, but the cabinet is very, very clear on this, and I am absolutely clear on this, that everybody who is given a home will be given a certificate title, and they can bequeath those homes to their children. And they can take these titles, and go. They can take his title and go to the bank and get a loan eventually, and to start a business and to do something to empower themselves. And I think the opposition should give me an award for these kinds of programs.
Listen,
I need an award.
We'll give you an award, PM. We'll give you an award.
Listen.
I've been reading a national award, the highest award in Dominica. Someone should make a recommendation for me.
PM, it bears saying that it is important to hear you say these things, especially about the supplementary estimates, because the average person in Dominica takes what I call oral submissions from those that they trust and believe in, and they don't read the data. And it's very important and may need in the future for the government, apart from the budget process, to outline in plain language to the ordinary people of the country how the revenue has been raised and used across the country on an annual basis.
Yeah, it's there. It's in the estimates. And if you go to the estimates, you will see where it says CBI.
We have one or two more calls. I think that has, and the phone lines are blowing up.
Yes, please, let's take a call.
Well, they love me on Q, I suspect, they love me on
Q. Caller, you're live.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Miss Tanya.
Hi.
Okay. A question to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when the opposition leader in Parliament raised up the question of the missing $1.2 billion, you did not answer, you did not say anything in Parliament, because you know in Parliament you cannot lie. But a few days after, you go on Kyrie FM radio and you tell the world, if you did not go with the housing program the way you go with it, and you had sell all the passports and the money has gone into the treasury, the budget would not be $1 billion. It would be $2.2 billion. Can you explain to us what happened during the Parliament
and the time you go on Kyrie and expose and tell the people the truth. Thank you.
Well, you know what, my friend. I mean, you know, Mr. Linton motive, as you know, is to denigrate. He goes on CBS, he goes on Al Jazeera, he goes in the house, he goes out to the house, and simply denigrate the country. This Mr. Linton must go to the estimate and show us where the money is missing. Because I can tell you there's absolutely no money missing. And I think there's a misconstruing of what I said. Mm-hmm. If these projects were not done, but these projects are done, and they've been implemented. They've been implemented. I believe the opposition has an issue with certain developers. They have an issue with certain developers. And they believe that these programs is placing, maybe they believe in the minds, I don't necessarily agree with them, placing the Labour Party in a stronger position than otherwise. So let us try to kill this and to see how we can undermine the opportunities of the government and give us a better opportunity to make a case. So this idea about in Parliament and so on and so forth, every time I speak in Parliament, I speak the most in Parliament. But there is a transparency, there's accountability, there's zero money is missing. And there's 100% accountability and transparency with the use of the CBI funds. 100%.
Well,
so this notion about missing money and so on, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so I think that answered the question.
This is what you call a soundbite.
Yes, I think we will have to start winding down, PM, because we have strict orders. This is radio time, and I'm told we will all be in trouble if we, you know, and we are guests in this house of Q, so we don't want to abuse our privilege. So we have to be time conscious. But thank you so much for coming, and you made some serious statements. The one that struck me the most is your unequivocal, clear statement that all residents of the public housing program will receive titles, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to sleep good tonight, and they heard it clearly, and you are actually, that's in the process right now. So I'm glad that you came and clarified that. That was a big one. Among many other things that you said, we touched on the fantasy missing millions, but I think we still need to do more work on explaining to the people. I try to explain to them that, you know, you cannot say you have all of these things here and all the money's missing. At least, you know, an architect call and, you know, talking about, you know, this 1 point whatever missing. Well, at least the architect should go around maybe tomorrow and start trying to get the estimate for how much these things are worth and were built, and at least deduct that from the 1 point. Start there.
Sam, what Mr. Linton does, and he knows that because Mr. Linton had applied to become an agent, so he would have been knowledgeable about CBI programs, and he also advised. He also worked with the government of St. Kitts and Nevis on this matter, along with Mr. James, Mr. Edison James. They look at the number of people who process through the CBI. Now, as you know, Sam, there may be a family. But what he does, if you're a family of 8, he simply multiplies
by 50.
You see what I'm saying? And that's what he does.
50,000.
But when you go to the regulations, and you will see what it speaks to about a family, a husband and wife and 1 child, husband, a wife and 2 children, husband and wife and 4 children, husband and wife and 5 children. They are specific fee structures for this. So he will just say, okay, well, 2,000 people were processed by the government last year, 2,000 times 150, and that's the number.
So the estimate of revenue is overstated, and the estimate of expense is not even included in that. So that's interesting. Yeah. PM, we're going to have to go. Thank you so much, because we are actually on the dot now. We want to invite you to come back, and so
sure, no problem.
Because I think we're just getting going.
Thank you
the
for
lines
inviting
are
me.
blowing up. We have to apologize to the callers, and people love you on QPM.
Well, to be honest,
And then Tanya's nice to me when you come.
I do love it.
So I need you to come all the time,
I won't
PM.
be nice when you come. Yeah.
I felt the love, you know, and I wish I love them too, and they're my citizens. They're my, I represent them, and we may not agree, but we can certainly discuss and come to a realization of the facts, And so I thank all the callers for the calls. I take note, in particular, of the stock farm situation, and I will certainly look into this tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you
much.
so
God
much,
bless you.
PM.
And Tanya, thank you very much for your courtesy. Thank you.
Okay. That's it, guys, for the other side. Join us next week, same time, same place. Yeah.